G'day everybody, and welcome to the start of the Scrapyard mod. This is something I've talked about a little bit recently. My idea is to create a generic MES-based NPC, well, it's not really NPC mod because it won't really be focused on combat, but a mod that's focused around the idea of allowing you to play in the Scavenger Hunt style. So what I mean by that is you'll be able to start a world and never mine. In fact, the idea would be that you should never mine. You should turn off any ability to mine. You'd have a whole bunch of blocks blocked out and removed from your G menu, so you can't build them. You can only capture them, and you have to build your way up from in that sort of fashion, which is a really fun way to play, and it encourages a lot of use of heavy lifting equipment and things like that, which can be a slow but very enjoyable way to play Space Engineers, because there's a lot more engineering involved. The sort of things I want to talk through today while trying to figure out what sort of builds would work and that style of things is literally what resources should be given to the player early and later on. My idea would be that you would play with this mod and assertive combat systems. So this mod would be giving you the resources to eventually build up to be able to capture ACS equipment and then progress on from there. So this won't need to have a lot of that higher end equipment because you should be able to steal that from ACS. So it should in theory, maybe not in practice, but it should in theory allow me to make this relatively quickly. Now I say relatively quickly, but ACS took me several years to get out, so relative is relative. Hopefully not that long. Hopefully I can get something workable in a month or so. For those of you wondering, I'm streaming on YouTube because Twitch is broken. I would normally stream on Twitch on a Thursday, but this is why I started streaming on YouTube in the first place, because YouTube is, in a lot of ways, more reliable. Right. So, the thing I want to start with is the beginning equipment you land with. So, I think as part of this, I probably want to make at least a scenario where you start, say, on Pertum with a customized lander, or perhaps even a lander mod, where you will drop down in something that is a pile of scrap. So I think that might be where to start. Thanks, Felix Flux. Thanks for the membership. Let's clear that out. Don't need all those things on my hotbar. So for an initial pod, I obviously need to give the player a battery. I need to give them a survival kit, predominantly as a respawn. Ultimately, I would be intending to change the blueprints available on assemblers so they're only munitions, so that you can break down munitions you pick up as well as manufacture new ones from the stuff you break down. Whoa, thank you so much, Felix. Thank you very, very much for 10 gifted memberships. Oh, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, not as far as I'm aware, Canada. No, you cannot set up a lander with other non-connected grids nearby. So we need a survival kit, a battery, and not sure what else to give. I think probably a cockpit rather than just a regular old seat. Oh! Felix, you're... Ah! Thank you, Orsa, because I know you've given me a ton of gift subs over on Twitch as well. Thank you. The gift membership thing on YouTube is weird because people have to sign up to accept gift memberships on YouTube in order to get them. You have to enable it, which it's odd, but I guess YouTube's figuring those things out. I don't know. They're reliable, but they're still backwards in other ways. Add small head. Would I mean, the Landercraft would have a parachute that I would set up high, so I don't think aerodynamics would be an issue. I know Draco will hate to hear me say this, but I'm pretty sure the crashes I was having during Wrong Way Up are aerodynamics mod related. Because every single save I have that doesn't have it never crashes. Every single save that has aerodynamics crashes rarely. So I don't actually play with aerodynamics much, if at all. As I'm pretty sure it's actually the issue, which is unfortunate. And I have no idea how to nail that down. So I think I'll start with the buggy cockpit as the way to set people up in this thing. I'm trying to give people as little as I can, but as much as they'll need in order to get started and not have too high a risk of having to do a restart. Because that's also the trouble in balancing this one out. If I give players too little, it will end up with people having to do constant restarts, and that's not fun. If I give people too much, they'll be able to bootstrap themselves to something too quickly, and that's not fun. So it's going to be really difficult to figure out the sweet spot between those two. Yes, ACP, I am building a mod. I'm not playing a scenario. This is the building of the scenario. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe we can do something fun with this. So yeah, those who weren't here right at the start, this is me building a mod so that you guys can play Scavenger Hunt style. What do I make the cockpit right off? I dislike the idea that the cockpit's gonna have a blocked view, but maybe if I do this, it'll work a bit better. If I put the battery down like that, then you can kind of see over the battery. Yeah, that works. It hurts me that I have to do this as left-hand drive, but it makes much more sense to do it that way. It hurts me deep. Ah. No. So I'm thinking connector, survival kit, battery. And then I will, I suppose I could put the cockpit on top. Hadn't really thought this part through all that in any sort of detail. Does it look funny on top? No, on the side's better. So one of the things that I suspect a lot of people will want to know about what's in my head with this mod is, no, you should not play with ore scrap. Playing with the advanced welding mod, 100% good idea. Playing with ore scrap, terrible idea. This is not intended to be played with it. The reason for that is I'm intending you to collect components from the scrapped bases and stuff that you find around. So you will need to be able to grind something down and get the components from it. That's how it's supposed to work. I wonder if the battery would look better here, and then we figure out a different thing to put in front. I know, Eisen, such a barbaric way to drive. Why would you ever drive on the left? As in, put the driver's seat on the left. I don't want to give 2 cockpits for one reason. I need to have a tool somewhere in my hopper. So, actually, the buggy cockpit mightn't be a bad one to give 2 cockpits of. It does only have 20 computers in it. Do I want to give people an O2H2 gen straight off the bat? See, this is all the stuff I've got to think about. So, when you start out Space Engineers, you load up, in the typical game, you load up, you mine some stone, you make some stuff from that stone in your survival kit, which we can currently make this stuff. You then progress on to build a basic assembler, which gets you steel tubes and power cells. And then you progress, and metal grids. You then progress onto the proper assembler, which gets you everything. In this scrapyard style of play, I can give you different bits at different times, depending on which ones you randomly come across. So the sort of things that I can keep from you are ways to make power, ways to make batteries, ways to make more survival kits, ways to make thrusters, or you're actually going to have to find the thrusters, all that sort of stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I've got to think about. Hey, Black Shadow. See you, Dirk. And I kind of wanted to talk through these things on stream because I know there's going to be a lot of layers to them that I'm going to have to think through and make sure I don't stuff up. Because it's quite easy when limiting these things to actually totally break people's ability to progress. So I want to give people enough power that they can drive around enough that they can get some bases to spawn, because they're going to need to get a base to spawn, because I think I'm going to remove all power generating blocks from the G menu. So you are going to have to find wind turbines, you're going to have to find solar panels, you're going to have to find hydrogen engines. And that means that I can do things like putting a wind tower up as a thing you can find, which is something you'll be excited to find, but is also nice and tall, so you'll see it more easily. Because it's not going to have an antenna, because it's not going to have a battery. Or maybe it could have a beacon for some of those wind towers, so that you can find some of them more easily. These are things that may need to be adapted. But in general, I was thinking no antenna, nothing to give away its location. Because there's actually a decent amount of stuff in a large grid beacon. Because for stations, everything's going to have to be large grid. I was thinking of making some little drop pods to give scrapped small grid stuff. as part of how to give you more small grid blocks that you're going to need. But yeah, so players won't be able to build any of these things. They won't be able to build any of these things. And ore detectors won't matter because you shouldn't be mining in this scenario. You'll be able to build cockpits. You won't be able to build batteries or any of this stuff. You'll have to find it. But you'll be able to build all the decorative things, I think. At one stage I was tempted to make it so that you would have to find the decorative bits, but I think that's just more annoying than fun. But you need to be able to build the decorative stuff. You need to be able to build cockpits. And I think the reason you need to be able to build cockpits is if you can't build a cockpit and it gets shot, it's game over. And that's too harsh of a failure condition for my taste. So I would want to make sure that players can always get the ability to rebuild their control system for their vehicle, assuming they've got enough resources stocked up. And you don't need much in the way of resources stocked up to build a basic remote control. They're quite cheap. Thrusters, obviously intended for capture. I would give you the ability to build wheels, because wheels, again, you need some means of mobility, and it's easy to damage them and get yourself completely stuck. Ore detectors and antennas you don't need. Refineries you won't be able to make, nor upgrade modules, nor projectors, because if you can make projectors, you can use a projector to make a grid that means you can make blocks that you can't make. So projectors are banned. Now, you wouldn't be able to make survival kits, assemblers, or the industrial assembler, but it is, in the method that I've been using, impossible to block basic assemblers from construction. If you try and make basic assemblers hidden, the game crashes. So it's not ideal. So you'll be able to build a basic assembler, but I'm going to change what blueprints are available in it so that you can only make the same sort of... You can change between a few materials with one, but not much. You can use a remote control without an antenna because you just sit in a seat on that grid. Cargo containers you won't be able to make. Turrets, weapons, you should be able to make. Similarly with grid tools. These, I think you need to be able to make, because if you're going to be going into combat with ACS, you're going to need to have turrets, and you're probably going to have some of them blow up. And if you have to capture your turrets, that gets really, 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 really hard. Like, that steps up the difficulty enormously. And I think too much. So that's why in Scavenger Hunt, we can build turrets. These are all the things I thought through for Scavenger Hunt that I'm like, if I get rid of that, that's actually going to make the game really, really horrible. Doors to me are mostly decorative, so I don't see any reason why we would stop the player from being able to build doors. Similarly to pretty much everything in this row, having to steal spotlights just seems like more of a hassle than fun. Programmable blocks would be blocked. Same with timers. And maybe turret control blocks, because turret control blocks could be a fun thing to have to find, because you do have a backup weapon system. So if you want to make a turret-controlled one, you got to find one. So that one can be, or it could go the other way around. You could have to have a turret. You could only have turret controls, but you can't build regular turrets. I think having these as the default is the better option. Yeah, good point, Unfluffy Dave. If you're having grids unpowered, don't forget to force cleanup to be off in the options. Yes. Is there any way of using the NPC thrusters type restriction where you can place stuff that we couldn't salvage to give you more flexibility in designing? Kier, only if I went to a much greater effort in making this modded. The work required to make that style of thing possible is considerably more, and some of it is beyond my ability. Gyros, I think, should not be buildable by the player. You have to find them. Because rovers don't strictly need gyroscopes. You can go find them. Restrict warfare weapons. I mean, you gotta find the ammo for them. So I don't think there's much harm in giving players the ability to make them if they can't make the ammo. So then we were down to programmable blocks. I think most of this stuff here is decorative. Now, this is the thing that I'm debating on. I absolutely want to give players the ability to make conveyors. That's no question. The debatable thing is connectors. Connectors are a tricky one. Because connectors give you a fairly decent amount. Yeah, Gruz, you'd need to find ammo. Connectors give you a decent amount of storage. But connectors are also really easy to destroy. So my feeling is, sure, you can have connectors, you can use them as your janky storage until you find cargo containers. I think you'll still be happy to find a cargo container and slowly improve your cargo storage system rather than using connectors, and at least it'll allow you to pick up scrap until then. Patrick, the block progression schematic hunter would be a different playstyle to what I have in mind here. So if you get a schematic, you're able to build that block from then on. It's unlocked forever. In this, you find one medium cargo container, you can't build it. You've still got to find another one if you want to have two. So it stretches that need for discovery and that need for exploration over a much greater period of time than you get with, say, a schematic or a grind to learn style mod. Which is why I wouldn't see the two as compatible. Different styles of play, and both with their merits, but not compatible. As in, yeah, consumable blueprints would be a great way to do this style of play rather than having to provide specific blocks. But then you don't have to build cranes. So I think it'd be a combo of sometimes you find a blueprint for a block so you can place it, sometimes you find a thing. Now, pistons, rotors, hinges. I think the player needs to be able to make those, because if you can't make those, you can't make cranes, you can't lift stuff, you can't carry blocks. And that means you can't have fun. So, I think you have to be able to build these. Similarly with landing gear. You can't do the things without these. I mean, you possibly could do it without landing gear, and then you have to build a claw mechanism to pick up a block, but I feel like that's a step too far. I feel like that's the sort of thing I might enjoy, but 99% of people trying to play this wouldn't. Thanks, Tomagoj. Thanks for the super chat. Without a chat. Could you make the connector take a special component like the detector component so you can find enough of those to build them? You could. You could, Mike. That's another thing I want to think about with this, and I think is something we can evolve as we go along. The next row, can't build any of this. Can't build tanks, can't build generators, can't build vents, can't build any of this. So you will have to start on an oxygen-rich planet. So you are limited to Triton, Pertum, Earth. Any other planet, you will be you'll die. Or any modded oxygen-rich planet. I want it to be that way. I want you to start on an oxygen-rich planet. And to get better stuff, you're going to have to leave that planet. Which means you're going to have a specific goal in mind, which gives players who struggle with why am I playing survival a bit of a goal to shoot for. Obviously, you're not going to be able to build jump drives or mass blocks or any of that stuff. You'd have to capture those. But that should give you guys a bit of a rundown on what I've got in my head as the things players can build and things you can't. The stuff you'd need to leave Pertum, you should be able to get with the stuff from ACS that does work on Pertum. But I'll have to give you some ability to find thrusters. That'll be the only thing that's missing. But there are some cargo ships in ACS that should work on Pertum. I've just got to figure out how to enable them to. Also, you've got your name back. Thank you for another 10 gift memberships. Thank you very much. And yes, a reminder, if you want to be eligible, you have to enable getting gift memberships. I've been recently running a whole bunch of supporter sessions, so where I host game. Lately it's been a bit of GTA 5 races or other things like that, and you can join in. We just play for a bit in the evening. I post the recordings of the videos up here on Flipsy and share them with you, so you can. It's a bit of extra stuff to watch and some fun to have as a group. And it's a really cool group of people. It's been a lot of fun so far. So if you enable it, you might get lucky, and someone like Awesome might give you give you a gift sub. Yep. Why do platforms make it so hard for us to change our display names? I mean, really? I mean, I know why, but it's still annoying. That was a lot of talking in a very short period of time, even for me. Now, I haven't written down all of these different plans, but I do have a very strong idea of what these plans are, because I have... actually, yeah, don't use these wheels enough. Because I've thought through this stuff a few times. I was curious if this thing's even going to be drivable. When I make a spawn ship or rover, I intentionally make it bad. Because what's the point in giving a player something so good that they've got no reason to improve it? Oh yeah? Turn off steering on the rear wheels and we should be alright. Turn down the power dramatically. Yeah, check it out. It's great. Soften the suspension a bit to prevent some of that flipping tendency. Yeah. I don't know where you go to enable it. Wolfenstein? Does anyone in chat know? Oh man. Grud's finding out that the Nightbot doesn't work on Flipsy, because I don't know how to make it work on Flipsy. Okay, this... I kind of like this wonky little thing. We're going to need to have a parachute on it. Let's see where its center of mass is. Yeah, I thought it was going to be back there. That's annoying. Really want to put the... Actually, I wonder if it'll survive okay if I put the parachute here. And not in the center of mass. Rush, the plan I have in mind for scavenging parts is make badly damaged drop pods that have various small grid blocks on them. That might have a beacon, a small battery, and, you know, 1 or 2 small grid blocks that you need that you can't make. So that you'll see them pop up and you'll see them fall and then their parachute will drop and then they'll come down and land. Obviously I can't have them smash into the ground because that'll cause performance issues and blah blah blah. But that's my idea for how I would give players access to small grid stuff. The large grid stuff will entirely be in structures that you find around the place. So, what else do we need on our start rover? I'm planning on giving people a fully charged large battery, which, considering we're not refining and we're not assembling, should last a very long time. So I don't think we need to give people an ability to generate power on their basic start grid. A headlight. Perhaps. Perhaps. That might actually be a good idea. I need to give them a parachute. I need to give them a headlight. Not in place of unknown signals, in addition to unknown signals, Rush. But acting very similarly to the unknown signals is my idea. No need for an ore detector, you're not mining. Yeah, beacon on your start thing might actually be a nice thing to do. I wasn't planning on giving people an O2H2 gen. What do you guys think about that? Should I give people an O2H2 gen to start off with? The upsides of giving people an O2H2 gen to start off with is then they can fill up their hydrogen and they can fly around. The downsides is then they've already got an O2H2 gen and they don't really have to worry about finding one. Small hydrogen tank. Yes, that's a better idea, Canada. That is a better idea. Give people a small hydrogen tank that they can refill off. It won't last as long, but it'll last long enough. I like this plan. And of course, as with all safety-conscious vehicles, the fuel tank that's explosive will be right next to the driver. And how much gas does that start with? 7,500 litres, and a hydrogen bottle holds how much? Wait, really? 1,000 liters in a hydrogen bottle? Is that how much it is? 1 kiloliter of... Yeah, it's 1,000 liters. Okay. Alright, let's fill this then. Let's give players a fully charged up tank. Because that'll run out pretty quickly. That'll be 15 reloads. There you go. Full. And I'll give the full bottle. So full bottle with a tank, so that's 16 bottles worth of 16 bottles worth of fuel. So it's not unlimited, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. No, the bottle said 1 kiloliter. It's 120 liters of volume, but its capacity is 1 kiloliter of hydrogen. So it's compressed hydrogen inside the bottle. And the beacon... Because yes, I do think giving people a beacon on their start rover is a good idea. As someone who gets lost, I am in support of this idea. And we'll set this down to something a bit shorter though. So it uses up less power. So looking at this, 2 days, yeah, that's plenty. No, I want players to build their own cranes, so I don't want to give them a crane. They can make their own cranes, they can have their own fun with that. I think that's where the fun should be. Okay. So, okay, that command doesn't work here. Whoops. I have to actually click on the create a poll thing. Should I give the starter rover a gyroscope? I'm curious what you guys think. Because I'm torn on this one. The obvious reasons to give them a gyroscope is it makes the rover much less likely to roll over and be unrecoverable. The downside of it is you're giving players a gyroscope right from the word go, and they don't get that satisfying moment of finally I can drive and have a bit of control and I don't have to worry about doing a jump. So, yeah, I'm not sure. And it seems like you guys in chat are not sure either, because it's pretty even. 72 votes and it's only 53% for yes. I guess it'll be about how common gyroscopes are on the drop pod things that are out there. Because if they're common enough, then that's kind of your first goal. If they're uncommon, then you kind of want to give players one. Oh, right. Yeah, Rush. That's a really good point. I should give players a programmable block to run crane scripts. That is absolutely something I need to do. In fact, I might give them 2 just in case. Yeah, gotta give players a programmable block for running crane scripts. Weld pads aren't essential, but are definitely helpful. It is a lot easier to get your gyroscopes and things like that into positions you like things that only have a single attachment point, like programmable blocks in small grid. It's a lot easier to get them where you like if you don't have to have a pair of merge blocks attached to them. Oh, yeah, Tim, that's a good idea. Yeah, I like that idea. You can get a gyroscope, but it's going to be missing the large steel tube. So you could take it from one of your wheels, but then you're losing that wheel. Yeah, I like the idea of the gyro being broken. So we're going to have to be clever about this. I'll just scrap the other bits. There we go. There you go, 1 scrapped gyro. So it's all about finding... But you do have large steel tubes in your tyres. So you can break down 1 wheel to get yourself a gyro, but then you will be slidey on that wheel, which is worse. I always forget there are weapon racks in small grid. Wait, I can put the tools in there, can't I? Let's not try and spawn 1,000 in there. Yeah, I can. Grinder. MR20. Couple of MR20 magazines. Welder. And I am going to have to give players a hand drill. Because there might be blocks that get embedded in the ground. I can't fit. Oh well. Why are there 2 welders? You can find a hand drill. Yep. Basic survival rifle. Welder. Grinder. Yeah. Oh, poop, you're right. That did block the hydrogen bottle access. Dang it! It's impossible to get the hydrogen bottles in and out now. Arrgh. Rats. Poop. How do I want to redo this then? No, so the hydrogen bottle can only be directly put into the small hydrogen tank. It cannot get there through pipes. Because this is a small conveyor. So it must be put in there directly. I did that, then... Where did I... Huh? So confused. Huh. Well, put it all the way down there. I'm going to have to change what that block is, but I think this is where I still want to put this. Yeah. So we've got our programmable block, our gyroscope. We'll pop that block out and we'll put parachute in here, I think. Give a couple of little conveyors. I want it armored. Oh, I really need to not be working in this texture. It's really hard to see anything. And then we do a test drop. Beacon on end of rack up front. The beacon's in here, so I think that's fine. I think the single headlight kind of gives this a bit of a not so effective vehicle feel to it, to me. I'm not sure I like these where they are. I'm gonna move them. Thinking is that, and then oh, I can't place what? No. Let's try this. Computer there, and then I'll put the gyro up here. And because I'm nice, I will put the gyro facing the correct orientation. There we go. Just barely there. There's no canvas in the chute as yet. There will be, but there is not yet. I might redo these as this way. Yeah, maybe that's going to be better. I think that's kind of it. I want to redo some of this in regular rust rather than heavy rust. And canvas. And the parachute should pull that, although it may not because it's creative mode. Now, let's have a look at the parachute settings and make sure they're overly generous. Then let's teleport and see what happens. There's a basic gun and a couple of ammo in the ammo crate, the ammo locker thing at the front of the rover. So that's where you get your ammo from. Oof. Is this gonna land okay? Hey, it seems to land as reliably as the drop pod, maybe even more so. Why don't I make one of the wheels off-center gives the vibe that it's really a scrap card and to annoy everyone. Nah, I'd like this vehicle to actually work for people. It's got... So there's a thing with this vehicle that's really bad. It has a shorter... Its wheelbase is shorter lengthwise than its width. Which is bad because you tend to flip backwards or forwards when you accelerate or brake. So that creates a lot of problems, having a really, really short wheelbase like this. So there are plenty of things with this rover that need fixing and that need improvement, and that's intentional, because otherwise, as I've said before, what's the point? Well, no, TFE, you were saying you were getting 20 FPS when we were testing your recordings. That's what you said. You were getting like 20 to 25. Oh. Okay. Survives more than I would expect. Let's delete that. Okay, so handbrake on and off. Auto deploy on and off. And beacon on and off. The rest of it is up to you guys. Yeah, I did break the connector in that little spin. But considering I only broke the connector, alright, we need to do a couple more drops of these just to make sure that they do, in fact, survive somewhat consistently. So let's copy it. Let's throw a few of them up in the air. Uh-oh. Don't think that parachutes are opening. That would help. Oops. Let's try that again. That's a bit more reassuring. Oh, I should have the handbrake on. They're all just going to roll away. Do you know what? Every single one of them landed correct way up. Except for this one. But you can totally knock it down with your body. Sweet. Let's do that. Let's try in some rougher terrain. A few of these should land on the slope a bit, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure if the handbrake will help or harm here. I think it might harm. Yeah, a lot of those ended up upside down. Let's just copy this again, and I will delete all of the things. Alright. Turn the handbrake off. Add another canvas. So I like the idea that people have more than one. Oh, it's there. Weird. Never mind. Right. So now let's try it again. Yeah, the canyon is a worse landing, but if you land in a canyon, I think you're just stuffed on Pertum, and if the game spawns you in that position, well, there's not much I can do about it. Oops, they ran into each other. I reckon as a player, if you're coming down awkwardly, you can just figure out which way you need to drive so that your wheels pull you around, because the wheels almost land first. Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, you have to do restarts sometimes with the vanilla drop pod, so I'm not expecting perfection, just good enough. I think that'll work. Yeah, I mean, this is not me placing this pod upside down. This is how this pod landed when I started this save. I've kind of left it there because I'm like, yeah. Okay, so we have a drop pod which needs a paint job. So let's go back to regular rust, and we'll go with vibrance green. Value. I always say vibrance, I mean value. Then get our heavy rust out. Maybe all the wheels have got heavy rust. Same with a lot of this undercarriage bit. You can with mods change up what the spawn pod is. Also, that's my plan with this, is to make a drop pod mod. So we can so that I don't have to just set one particular... Ah, did I just do that wrong? I did. Dang it! Press shift middle mouse. You know what? I might just leave it at that. I don't want to take this too far. But maybe a couple of little bits with the beam blocks and the barred windows just for some extra details. Yeah, I probably could have taken it to space to paint it. I don't do that as often as I should. Take advantage of such things. There you go, a little bit of extra padding underneath. No high-vis emergency colours. I was thinking this more as like a little, someone's little off-road Jeep that they're intentionally dropping themselves in the middle of a known scrapyard because they're like, yeah, survival, thrills, gonna do the rough thing, gonna experience something new. I'm sick of my 9-to-5 office desk job that I get paid lots of money for, so now I'm gonna go risk my life doing something fun. Sort of thing. That was what was in my head anyway. Smallish backup battery. If you break this battery early on, you're gonna have to do a restart. I don't think a smallish battery is gonna change that outcome. It's a smallish battery, you'll run flat with the wheels almost instantly. So yeah, if you break the battery, that's it. You're done. Yeah, like one of the dune buggies made out of an old V-dub. Yep. Yep. That was the sort of thing in my head. Right. I think that's... We'll call that finished for now. It is currently named the Rust and Ready, which I will blueprint. So, you've landed on a world. This is what you've got. You're going to go out searching for materials. Let's change the wheel settings. They're still a bit too high powered. Let's put the speed limit down to 100. Let's put the power down to 20. Strength up to 4. It's gotten heavier since I fiddled with them earlier. Now let's drive it. it's gonna be so tip happy, because it'll be heavy behind the rear axle. Let's drop the wheel power even more. Even at 15%, it does a wheelie. Wow. Okay. This thing's gonna be so bad. Front wheel drive only. Maybe that'll be a better way to go. Turn off propulsion and we'll increase power to these. Yeah, that's a bit safer. I'm not making a forklift. I'm not doing front-wheel drive with rear-wheel steering. It is so heavy behind that rear axle. Yeah, no, it's intentionally bad. It's intentionally bad. It's fine. There we go. Okay. So you're driving around the planet and you are looking for materials. The stuff that you want to find initially is probably some way to recharge your rover. So you're going to want to come across a building that has power generation capacity. Something that's got a wind turbine or a solar panel. My thinking is something like a wind turbine's the place to start. So, wind turbine. Just to be annoying, make it tall. But also to make it easier to find. So you're just looking around and you find that. And you're excited because it's your first base, and then what you can do is you can put, because you can build connectors, a connector on it. Something like that. Or you look around and you're trying to find the thing that's got a battery so that you can bring a... Then you're trying to find a battery to go with this and that sort of stuff. Now, it's... oh yeah, increase the suspension strength on the rear axle. That's actually a good idea. Sorry, getting distracted. So obviously with the discovery of stuff, it's not predetermined what you'll find first. It's going to be random, and it's going to be a random smattering of low-tier stuff. Because how do you make a connector with no drill? You're going to have to find the parts for a connector. So a connector requires 150 steel plate to fully build it, but just 130 to make it functional. So you'll want to find a building that's got some steel plate in it. You'll want to find a building that's got some construction components. You want to find a building that's got some small steel tubes, motors, and computers. So those materials are probably going to be the ones that are fairly readily available. But any of the other componentry will have to be fairly restricted. So wind turbines require girders, which we can make. We can control how many of them that you can actually find and do things like that to make the progression feel a bit more special. So there are a whole bunch of little things like that that we can do. What I will probably do on a lot of these towers is put something like a button terminal, maybe? Something for you to hack? It's got a few computers in it, but just so that you've got something to hack on the wind turbine so that you can take control of it more easily. So these are the sort of buildings that I want to design a whole bunch of, because like, the more variety of these things that we have, the better the experience will be. And because these buildings don't have to have any sort of complex behavior, it should be fairly quick for me to make up a mod that can spawn these things in. because we just literally are spawning them. And what I'd like to do for the as you progress through stuff is have little collections that spawn. Rush, this isn't me planning for a series. This is me planning to make a scenario for everyone else to play. I will probably play with this mod on a stream, but this is more planning for everyone else's use. So if you want to use the takeover mod that we're using in AA, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. This is planning around all those sorts of possibilities. So, it's up to the player. Yeah, A-Space, they can 100% work without an antenna. Grids do not require an antenna or beacon. Most people put them on their NPC mods because it helps players actually find the grid. Because if you can't find the grid, it's really annoying. But in this scenario, the idea is that you are out there hunting for stuff, so you're just going to have to be looking. And that's why I wanted to make this tall enough that you could see it. That it will stand out, and you will probably notice the one thing that's moving in all the stuff around you. Other than the grass. So let's make up a different wind turbine design. Oh yeah, good idea, Gruz. Light. Put some blinking lights on it to make it even more attractive. Leave it at 3.6 meters. Blink interval 2 seconds. Blink length 40. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Rush, a lot of the I don't plan on making the wind tower. I mean, I guess I could. Like, the off-kilter stuff can be controlled with MES, so I don't need to specify that in the outset, but that stuff's at least, I think, relatively easy to do. See you, Mike. Looking for the end block. Don't know why they did. I don't know why they chose to have the end block different, so it doesn't have the cross. So I like using it, but then I look at it at a distance, and I'm like, eh. But if I grind some of these down, it'll totally look fine. And I know there's a thing with MES that allows you to have it do the grinding down of stuff, but because I need to control what sort of resources you can collect from these grids, I think it's better if we do this manually. No story elements for A-Space, though I have learned how to do the datapad randomization for ACS, which we can probably use those same datapads in this once I've got it set up, and because most of them are generic enough that they could appear in these things as well. Cleanup should not despawn a grid that doesn't have a battery, it'll despawn a grid without power. And these have power because they've got wind turbines and they will constantly produce power. But I think grid cleanup would have to be off for this game mode. Which I know will be harsh on some people's setups, but is unfortunately just how it'll have to be. Because I just don't think you can play this way and have everything have power, because then power becomes too easy to come by. Oops. No, Mantha, there's no deadline at this stage. Once I get the datapad mod, datapad aspect of the mod set up, and I can easily add new ones, because it's because unlike the ACS ships, correcting a couple of typos and removing a few references that I find a bit on the nose, that doesn't take long. So I think people can keep submitting those for as long as we want to keep adding datapads. The more there are, the more things there are for people to find that are fun, and the more variety there is in the world, which is good. Static small grids? No. We used some static small grids in Scavenger Hunt, and there are some issues with them, and so I don't want to do that. Yeah. Agreed, Demux. Something that looks like a broken screen would be really good. In fact, let's add that to the stuff for ACS for the in-depth LCDs mod. So we've got add medical image, add broken screen image, because that's actually a really cool idea, so that we can have broken screens. Because I think something that looks like a shattered LED would look really cool, and be something we can use in a whole lot of situations. So I think adding it to the in-depth LCDs mod and using the in-depth LCDs mod as a dependency of this as well means we've got options. Like, I did actually add it to this world, but I don't think any of the stuff that I've got in there is really appropriate. But we could just, you know, just put the Windows XP backdrop. Yeah. I love that, Black Shadow, you noticed that instantly. Instantly noticed that I was using dark mode. I don't like it, it's ugly. I've tried to mess around with the colors for it, and it's just... dark mode on Notepad++ is so ugly. There's no... they need more options for control of the colors up here. It's... ugh. I never made a blue screen image. I meant to, but I never did. I didn't. Can't remember why I didn't. Right, so there's 2 wind towers. Now let's make a little hut with a wind turbine, similar to the scavenger huts from Scavenger Hunt. Core Run Gaming, no drilling, no mining, no refining, no assembling. Salvage only. Yeah, the dark mode's terrible. Yeah. It's just, it's so bad. Yeah, Danby, I've been trying not to do too many self-referential things like that with obvious references to my own content. Occasionally I'll let it get away with it. Right, so, little hut. Let's start with a floor of... Actually, let's make a little elevated hut on some interior pillars. That are rotated every time. Yeah. You know what? I think this is the situation where round blocks are really called for. We're gonna try with that. I'm gonna try with that. So go there, 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 there. And back to the interior pillar. You can have drills. I would need to get rid of all ores. Or I might just break the refinery and break the assembler by messing with their blueprints. So they're not actually able to do anything of use. I think that might be the better way of doing it. So sure, if you figure out a way to find some of them or make them, be my guest, but they won't actually do anything. So, like, if you refine stone in the survival kit, you get gravel and that's it. Hey, Tinjo. No, you should definitely say Splitsy, not Flipsy, even though I'm on this channel. It's amazing how many people have gotten confused in the past with thinking that this channel is actually run by a different person. Yeah, that's happened a fair bit. It's the same me. I even say it in the description. You'll want the gravel for the paint gun mod. Fair, yeah. And yeah, occasionally you will be able to. But yeah, I think messing with the recipes in the assemblers in the refinery will be key to making this mod so that people are stuck with what I tell them they're stuck with. It's not run by a different person. I've been lied to! All this time. I wanted to do, I think, this book. Where is it? There. That one. Had some little cutouts in the roof. Almost looks like a little rusted out treehouse. Ruby Red, Tiffy and I don't really know what we're making yet, which is kind of nice. We haven't planned all that much of what we're making in assertive acquisitions, other than we want to make a ship that's a carrier ship that has fighters that are all equipped with the assert thrusters. That's the entire goal at this stage. Yeah, Eisen, I might well get you to give me, after the stream, the settler shed BP as well, if you're happy for me to use it in this mod. Because I think it's kind of... it'd be a nice variant on this. Kitchen. Bed. And... planter. I want there to be a door. Because I want people to have the materials that are in a door. Doors give you a decent amount of different stuff, but it's all still pretty basic stuff. Give you a few small steel tubes, a few computers, a few motors, and a few bulletproof glass so that you can make some stuff out of them. And I think giving people a few of those things is probably nice. I'm going to use the ugliest block in the game. I really hope that I don't end up with a day where the artist who designed the block is ever in my stream. That'll be really awkward. Are they quite small, Rush? The rusted out pieces? Because I want to keep everything really small for the beginning of this, and then do a bit of test run with the small stuff. I'm thinking that maybe this could be an opportunity to put something like this in. Up. Up. Oh, I could have used railings as well. It's another valid option. Ah, sweet. Thanks, Eisen. Maybe they're a bit chunky. They're a bit too chunky. Oh, I like the idea of a little balcony, though. Can we should be able to do something like that with... Oh, hang on. I have to be clever about that. If we get rid of that... What do we get with the half... So we don't have an end one with it, do we? We've got the double or the single. Yeah. So I'm imagining if we put that there, then with a little thing on the end, and if I could get one on the other end of it, it'd look kind of cool. This. think this kind of works. I could move the bed over to here so that that's more closed in. I kind of like that. I think it's something I've never done before, which is probably why I like it. Yeah. So the problem with the half stairs is trying to make them neat and accessible no matter the amount of terrain this ends up embedded in. So I tend not to use half stairs for access to grids like this. I actually really like this. I might put a locker in here. It's like glamping. Annoyingly, I can't put anything behind the kitchen. You just have to imagine there's something there because this railing at the end here is occupying the space that would be behind the kitchen. And as I'm about to put a light in, every single cube space will be occupied. I don't even know what this hut is, but it's a hut. There you go. That's going to occasionally blink and it's going to upset people when they finally notice it. But yeah, it's just kind of a... It's someone's hunting shack, their bird watching shack, their shack. I don't know, whatever you want it to be. It could be any of those sorts of things, I can imagine it being functional as. In the roll-off. Words. Oh yeah, that looks better. Much happier with that. Oh yeah, that's an interesting one to try out. Corrugated, brown, low saturation. Maybe using it on the floor would be better. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's use the heavy rust on these. Use the darker color behind it. Yeah, fire watchtower, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm just imagining anyone who likes a bit of getting out to nature sort of thing could hang out here for a bit. Quite happily. They've got a comfortable enough bed. They're protected from the rain, but they're exposed to all the sounds around them. Not liking the pillars anymore. They're just not sitting quite right for me. I wonder if it's because I've used the interior walls and maybe I need to change them out for like these. Let's copy it and check. Just not happy. Just not happy. Oops. Well, we knew that was going to happen at some point. Darkro, I'm building something new in the style, in terms of the gameplay of Scavenger Hunt. Scavenger Hunt itself is Eisen and TFE's scenario, not mine. These are two separate things. Oh geez, the dog is back, pushing the button on the door. Delightful. Yeah, I'm kind of more... I like some aspect of this. That was better that way. I think let's try messing with the stilts, because that's not really working. Not really working. Yeah, actually, that's probably a good point. I could use things like armor panels as the stilts on this, and just grind out to have them be supports, scaffold support type things. Because we're using rust texture, it should look alright. If I can get the blocks to place where I want them to. Also, I strongly regret building on Pertum. I should really build on a planet with normal lighting. Yeah, that sort of thing could look a lot better, couldn't it? How is Charlie doing? Charlie is back to being full of beans. She has substantially less tail than she did yesterday. And will have to remain in some sort of collar to prevent her from getting at her now much shorter tail. And probably for one more week. So next weekend I can probably finally take her out of her collar when I take the stitches out of her tail. Isn't that right? You're stuck. Stuck. And you're getting frustrated, and I know, but then it's all done. Yes. And I am so glad for pet insurance. Oh my... So glad. Best decision I ever made to get that. She's probably got about 15 centimeters left of her tail. I put it in the hands of the vet. I said, you take whatever you think is best for her. I don't care about aesthetics as long as she's happy. Yes. Because you don't care how you look, do you? She's being really annoying right now. She's walking up to me and bashing my elbow that's trying to hold the mouse. Right. I think this is going to be the best option, but let's just have a quick look at what other options we could use for a support structure here. Because we could also go with this sort of thing. Too far. Ah, Charlie! I'm trying to look at things. So, there's not much difference between the two. I think I actually prefer this one. On the right. The reason being, this. Going down the center and then going off here. I dislike that there's that step. Because this one still has it, but it's there and then there. But this line, at least from this angle, follows down really nicely. Yeah, I-beams are just way too chunky. The ground down columns, there's a bit much going on. I wanted something a bit simple. Yeah, let's do the blocks. I think the blocks are best. Plus, they're easier. So, bonus! Why did I ever teach her to open the door? I can't let Charlie out today because I can't risk her being unsupervised and getting her tail dressing. I cannot risk her getting at it, so I need to keep her within reach, which is going to frustrate her a bit. Oops. I love undo. I showed you that step because I'm a monster. That's why. Actually, you bring up a good point. Ground down wheels in the wind tower. Turbine tower. Da, 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 da. That's not the block I wanted. Just want to have a look at what it'll look like if we vary them up a bit. Grind them all down, but... Oh, the off-road wheels have a totally different shape as well. I didn't realize... Why didn't I ever... Huh. Interesting. I never noticed that before that the off-road wheels had a different build state. That is a really potentially useful build state. Because it looks almost like it could be part of a reactor or something. Huh. Interesting. I don't think it works for this use, but interesting. Charlie? Hey. I'm pulling out my DVD boxes. Yes. Sorry about that. Monster dog. Let's see how these interact with each other. Yeah. Yeah, like with this tower where we've got some of the crossbars and not some of the others, it's kind of nice that this varies it up a bit. Charlie! Clearly she's playing the if I'm annoying enough he'll let me out game. She is trying her darndest. Oh. It's sad. I had 2 weeks of streams on YouTube without having any bots. I thought maybe YouTube had done something to improve it, but sadly that one proves not. Right. Yeah, that looks so much better with those than with the original stilts, doesn't it? Looks heaps better. It just fits the feel of the building so much more consistently. If we had interior wall blocks with partial cutouts that kind of transitioned to these pillars, I think you'd be able to make it work. But working with heavy rust means you can use build states a lot more because they're not so shiny. It's not everything shiny and perfect. Let's grab rust. And bring that to there-ish. I just kind of want to add some variation to this, so though maybe it can stay all just rusty. Hobrat, SnowRunner is done. Honestly, I got bored. It all kind of felt really samey after a while. And it wasn't very co-op, which I found a bit not fun. Which is why I'm doing this stuff instead, because it's more fun. Because this sort of game mode I think will work really well in a cooperative setup, because you can go off and explore in different directions, find different stuff and bring it together and pool that extra exploration effort. I think this will be really quite suitable for people who can play co-op, or just a nice chilled game mode for people who can't. A more considered, taking your time sort of thing. I think if I start grinding this place down, it'll make more sense being all in heavy rust. So we'll leave a clean version, but the versions that I think you'll find as a player will probably have more like this. And just chunks of it rusted away. Could an external plate be a different color to appear like a repaired part? Yeah, you could do that. I'm thinking these are going to be more run down than repaired. These are places long since abandoned. Oh, that's a good point. I do technically have a block space here that I could use. Let's try something. I have an idea. Might disconnect some things. Kitchen. And then I think I sort of liked it not being across the entire width. This thing. But there's certainly, I can see merit to this way of doing things too. Yeah, less glamping, more rusting. Although this could just be another variant on the same one, and we can just have both. There's no reason we can't. So this broken down seat, let's have a look. All you need to repair this is 2 interior plate. You've got some in the floor. Grab them, repair it. I want to inspire some of that engineering ingenuity feel. Not have everything handed to you on a platter sort of thing. Yeah. Cool, that's two variations. Sweet. We'll get rid of this one, because don't need to keep the ground down one. We can sort them out later. Let's put the finished designs into some sort of better lighting condition. Let's go to Earth. Where is Earth? There. To Earth, not through Earth. Start in a nice flat area. And we copy this one. And, oh, wrong thing. So that's the two finished ones of those. Let's grab a couple of these towers. Can you tell I got sick of the lighting on Pertum? Would the tarp mod help? Yes! Yes! Oh, I don't know if I want to force people to have a block mod, though. But yeah, the tarp mod would be probably quite a good decorative mod for a pack like this. Probably. Okay, there's the current designs, and we'll grab the rover, and then I'm moving. Yeah, I despise the lighting on Pertum. It is so obnoxious. Alright, let's clear out this stuff, and then we'll go. And then we move. The tarp mod is a mod made... That's quite literally what it says. It adds tarpaulin shade cloth style structures as blocks to Space Engineers. It's Anenras? I think? Someone correct me if I'm wrong there. I think it's Anenras. I don't know which DLC anything comes from. I buy every single one the day it releases, because I know I'm going to use them. Like, there's honestly... There's zero thought that goes into whether or not I will get a DLC. It's, yes, I will get that DLC. What's so bad about the Pertum lighting? I don't see it! Just gonna fill up my water bottle, one second. Charlie, we'll trust you, so you can't come inside. Battery's out, and then at least the noise won't make you go, yeah, I want to push on this thing. Makes noise, fun. Oh, the submerged ladder should not put you in the terrain. Yeah, it'll just be blocked. So if you start higher and climb down, you'll just fall off the ladder when you hit the terrain. See? It's perfect. She's lying down. Alright, so now that I've ripped off Eisen's design for the first shed, let's think about what resources we're giving people. So these are all your way to get power. I think now I need to make some grids that don't have much power. So... Oh! Maybe this mod can break my no subgrids rule. And that's how we can give people small grid stuff. For certain things. The fact they never did a sci-fi jump drive model is the biggest oversight. Yeah, Jax, that is unfortunate. Love for the jump drive and... Yeah. Yeah, Rush, Jax, both of you. Yes. See, the thing that made me start thinking about small grid stuff on a rotor was precisely for being able to give something a small amount of power without giving it too much. Mag plating stuff to the ground is awkward at best, because there's a high chance that when the stuff hits the ground it'll roll over anyway. And you would have to have parachutes on everything. And it's... Getting small grid stuff in this sort of mod is going to be tricky. And that's why I was thinking of throwing debris from the sky that has a parachute on it and a single battery. Yeah, bases with no power but a little attached rover could be an option with a tiny battery. The other option I've been thinking of is hydrogen engine. Because if we give a player easy access to hydrogen engines, it's a way of giving them power cells. Because hydrogen engines, each one of them has a power cell in it that when you grind it down, you get that power cell back. So that would allow you to repair batteries that have taken damage. So yeah, I was thinking like what we could do is... Say we have... Is pretty much what you're saying, Rush, yeah. Say we have a bit of a base platform. We've got something on it. And then for the generator on the base, we go at small head. And then we add hydrogen engine. Or we could just add a hydrogen engine to it. And just what little fuel is in the hydrogen engine is all that this has. And so it'll run out of power and it may get deleted then. But that's okay, because these sorts of things could have a beacon on them that calls your attention to them faster. Don't need parachutes, just to have the spawn altitude low enough. Really, TFE? So if I was careful, I could have stuff that would land on the ground and doesn't need a parachute. Yeah, there are storage racks with power cells, but I don't want to give people the stuff that easily. That's too easy. I would have to switch over to survival mode to see how long this would power a facility for. Let's try a couple of different designs. I want to test out a few different options for what's going to look best as a small grid power source attached to a large grid. Some of them we might need to consider putting a little tank on. Something like that. I think the hinge might work if it's sort of submerged below, like so. Because we could lift it up rather than putting the thing straight on it. Let's just pop a battery on here so that we have some easy power. I got rid of the battery off my hotbar at some point. So the hinge doesn't disconnect. Add small head, and then we go... And then we put a hydrogen engine. Yes, you can blueprint spawn with subgrids. Ah, okay, TFA. I didn't realize that was how the last stand spawners were done. I thought they actually... I just assumed you used parachutes on them. Cool. So yeah, we could just do that, and then... just to avoid too much clanging... not completely fill in the hole, but just sort of fill in some of the gaps around it. I'm thinking if we get that to there, I can then get the half ones. It won't let me place those ones. That's big. About this way. Like, we can just do something like this as a small grid power source for a large grid facility. One that's limited in longevity. I think kind of at a distance it looks alright. Large grid advanced rotor with small grid advanced head. Early 2000s Rock, the spawn distance is something you can control individually at your save level. You don't need me to control that for you. I don't even know if I can control that at my level. Alright. That looks alright. I think it's fine being able to see down below and see a little bit of the machinery. Down. Place. Good girl. Being a monster today. Yeah, I don't think I can control unless I create it as a scenario, but I wanted to create this as a mod pack so that you can use your own planet mods and things like that rather than creating a specific scenario that you have to play. Because I think that's more flexible and gives people more options in how they'll do things with the mod. I mean, I could put an exhaust block on top of that. What do exhaust blocks give you? What have they got in them? Not much. There we go. That's not a bad little thing to give people a chance to find as well. So one of the things I wanted to do was make stuff that's not quite as big as even these. Make stuff that's even smaller, but have them spawn in with some of these things. Or even on their own. So that there are little bits of scrap you can just find that you want to stop, that you'll stop, pull over, grind down, move on, that don't exactly have blocks. A small grid engine apparently lasts about 5 minutes on their internal tank. That's at full power usage though. The full power usage of the hydrogen engine is unlikely to be what's in use by these grids. So if we have a look at this one, for example, and we go to the wind turbine, currently it is outputting 141 watts. That's all that's required for powering this thing with the lights on it. So if we assume this is going to output 141 watts as well, that's putting out what does that work out to be? 0.025% of its max output or something around that mark. Basically a really tiny amount. So the hydrogen engine should stay running for a long time. No, the engines consume the amount of fuel based on the amount of power they're outputting. The more power they're outputting, the more fuel they consume. The only reason you've probably assumed that they use the same all the time is because you've got batteries that they're trying to charge, which means they're max output constantly. It looks like a lovely little cabin with a chimney. It does look like a mini build. It looks like a Lego micro build, doesn't it? That's cool. I didn't, yeah. Yes, the Space Engineers 4-pack is just literally 4 copies of the game. It was a thing Steam used to do, and games that enabled it when Steam used to do it can still have it, but is no longer a thing new games can have. So I've actually still got gift copies of the 4-pack because I bought one when it was on sale years ago. I've still got those gift copies lying around, 1 or 2 of them. One of them went to Steve. And I think one went to Reginald, my other account. And I think I've still got 2 others left over somewhere in my Steam inventory. I am looking at it going, I do want to make a large grid version of this and make a proper factory, but that's way too big. We got to think small here. So, if you imagine you're struggling for materials, you come across this tower, this building, and you've instantly got enough steel plate for a connector. You've probably almost got enough computers for a connector. Well, maybe it's not that bad. That's probably like one connector's worth of stuff in large grid. Yeah, maybe that's not so bad. Maybe not. I'm constantly trying to think this back to where you're at as you're playing through, what you're going to be experiencing as you're exploring. So we're driving around in this terrible little rover here, and we come across one of these towers, and we're like, yes, we got power. Finally, we can recharge. All right, let's take control of this tower so it's ours. We'll then mark the location. We're going to keep hunting and see if we can find some steel plate so that we can actually build a connector onto it to recharge our little rover. And then we come across, say, this one, which is perfect. We've probably got enough steel plate in this tower, and if we've got a way to grab it, we can bring this turbine back and attach it to this other one where we can build the connector. And then we've got a way to recharge our rover, which is perfect. Unlimited power, so we can keep exploring, and we're sorted on that front. The next thing you're going to be looking for is more materials to build your rover bigger, to make a better crane, to carry more stuff. But you still haven't found any cargo containers, so carrying the materials for a new connector is going to be tricky. You're going to slap more connectors on here, probably. You might use some other trickery, like using a welder as a cargo container, that sort of thing. But you're going to want to find some small grid, medium cargo containers and small grid stuff like that. So I think we should use this as a base, and with this little engine, make a little shack over the top of it, but use this as a little sort of template to put things like some more small grid batteries, some small grid cargo containers, those sorts of bits and pieces, so that you can enhance your rover by finding these little shacks. But these ones won't be tall, so they'll be a bit more difficult to spot. Oh, right, yes. I didn't add the lights for this one, did I? I am glad they gave us center attachment points on the lights, on the brain. I am glad they gave us center attachment points for the interior pillar, for the round pillar thing. Because being able to put lights on them is a big, big gain. It's really very useful. If I put that, can I then put that? Yes. And because I don't like how that looks when I just put one of these down, we're going to have to also do this. There we go. I can't do it. I can't leave it without those extra bits and just put the one in the middle. It makes me... yeah. Looks so much better when you can add both. Add the other ones as well and keep the edge looking nice and neat. So let's increase the radius on this one. Let's decrease the intensity right down. And let's make it quite orangey. And on this one, let's have it blink interval. Let's go 4 seconds and blink length 2%. So it's just going to occasionally flick on. Most of the time it'll be off. I wonder if that's enough detail. Man, that's something. Why is my throat doing this today? It's really annoying. All I want to do is talk all day and it won't let me. Cool. Happy with those. They're going to be ground down for the actual versions that you'll find in the game. There might be a couple that are mostly intact, but my plan is to make multiple versions of all of these things with different amounts ground down, different things like that, because it should be fairly easy to add them in. The interior light is set up that way so that it just flicks off very rarely. But I like this one flicking on very rarely. Alright, so let's make a little hut. Now it's going to have a bit of a ramp on the front because obviously this is an MES spawn, so it can't interact with the ground in some of the ways that you might like to for your own builds. Because we need to have enough leeway that it can spawn without being above ground at any part or sticking out of the ground awkwardly. And so there are a few... It's one of those limitations that we just kind of have to deal with. That's just, you know, a thing. So we need sort of a ramped entry to it or a stairway entry to it. That's why all these things are built up on stilts. That's why lots of the bases that people use for MES have towers and are all built in this style. It's because of as clever as Lucas's technique is for finding flat ground, it's impossible for it to perfectly sense it. This crane script I use is the piston and rotor keybinds script by Trekker. It is listed in the description of Scavenger Hunt. I need this to probably be... Just thinking how small we can make this, knowing that I've got to put the hinge down. I can possibly do this and have some half blocks along one side. And then we can go with, let's make this out of corrugated. Corrugated, we're going to want this to look run down, so let's go for darker. Don't want too much saturation. It's going to be a bit of a tricky one. So let's try a couple of different colors here and see which one works best in SE lighting. That color might be better actually. It was around the right point. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of this as like a tin shack that you find that's got little... something that almost could look like a distillery in it. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. So then we go with... Oh no, no, we don't do that. No, no, that's not okay. We'll deal with having lines running down it. It could be a captain's shack. Yes, it could be a captain's shack. Oh dear. I'm just going to pop these around here for now, but I'll figure out a different attachment point once I've decided what we're going to use. Let's get the corrugated bit there. We're going to have a door, so we'll leave those open. Leave that one bit open. It's a bit of a shame they didn't work out ways to combine the different skins, yeah. Oh, that's something I want to test. What about heavy armor panels in corrugated? I think the light armor corrugated works better here. What about the end bits? Yeah, they're... no. We'll stick with light. I think light's right. So that's sort of the little garden shed kind of feel. And the other thing I would possibly do here is this. No, it's going to be the wrong way. Curse you. I wanted to do that, so there's... because you can still fit through that. Oh, it's going to have to be that way. I could do a 2x1 for other, like, for variation, so do some of them this way, do some of them. Let's see if I can find the right bit. Some of them with the lower roof, which doesn't attach like that. I need to find the other one. That one. Oops. Actually, I think it just straight up looks better this way. I think you were right, Rush. I think we can do both. I think we can have both. More the merrier. Two little ramshackle sheds to find out in the wilderness. that we can then put our small grid conversion on a hinge inside. Because I think this is going to be the best way to do it. What I just need to figure out before I add that in, though, and before we start making copies of this and adding more variants, is how I'm going to allow the player access to these sheds, and whether I want to make the whole base out of steel block like I've done. I think there's going to be enough steel plate in all of the main part of the shed that you're going to get a decent amount, so I kind of want to put something different down. I wonder if we can do something with this. Because one upshot of the beam blocks is that even in their most ground down state, they still have a completely solid surface. So we can kind of use them, if we wanted to, as a way to put less steel plate down, but still have a completely solid surface. Without having to use the armor plate. Because the downside of the armor plate, of course, is that we then can't stick stuff below it. But I think that's going to look weird. Because we start to try and put more bits on it. I think with that sticking out of the ground, that's just going to look wrong, so let's not do that. Worth a try. If we just go like this and just accept that there's going to be a bit of material in these. It's not the worst thing in the world. See, I can sort of put panels around, except I need to have a solid base to put the hinge on, as well as to attach some sort of way to get up to this thing from. That's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment. And actually, since we're doing all of the interior detail with small grid, we might be able to get away with risking a bit of clang and putting this on the inside, which gets rid of these. And then we just have to block this part up, like so. The build state of heat vents. Alright, let's have a look. Where be heat vents? That could be useful for other things. I ground that down too far though. Yeah, at that level it's still too much a heat vent, and... Excuse me. Hey, Tech. Hey, Igloo. Oh, you mean keep the ground down beams and cover them with... Yeah. Yeah. Could work. Although then it does stop me from doing things like this to add a bit of decoration on the entryway. Because the plates would get in the way. Am I being too stingy? Is that the problem? Am I worrying too much about being stingy about what we're giving players? Is there really that big a problem if we give the player lots of steel plate and they can always have lots of steel plate? Is that actually a problem? Is it something we need to worry about? Is it even a... Can we just give people steel plate, interior plate, and construction components to enormous amounts and worry about restricting things like steel tubes, girders, and other bits like that? Because maybe that could be a better way to think about this stuff. Because then it gives me a bit more flexibility in the design side of things, and I don't have to be quite so restrictive in terms of what I'm putting down. In my opinion, too much of steel plate isn't too much of a problem. Yeah, I think that's right. I think let's not worry about the steel plate side of things, because I do agree. I think if we worry about it too much, we'll just end up creating a potentially creating a frustrating experience for everybody. Oh wait, before I do that, let's build up this hinge. Lock the hinge. Then we go with... Is it gonna be Oh no, let's give extra leeway just for the sake of reducing our risk. Learn how to rotate things. Hello. I'll place you. Then I can put... like so. And that's probably enough. We can leave this back edge just as it is. Perfection is not required here, just something that looks nice enough. Yes, Aiden, you were more generous than I expected in Scavenger Hunt. I was expecting a bit more restriction on parts that we could get, but I think that probably worked out to be a good thing. If you'd been my level of stingy, that might have been a problem. Seven. Let's just rebuild the thing exactly as it was. Oh, what am I doing? Stupid splitsy. Oops. Okay. This is template. Let's take the template and then build a bunch of different things from the template, rather than building off the template. The method to get hydrogen will be capturing hydrogen tanks. And maybe some things will have ice in them too. But in general, it will be capture hydrogen tanks, don't blow them up. So, in other words, try and be careful when you're attacking something. Because I think that's the best, that's the most fun way to get access to fuel. No, there's no roleplay motivation behind this effort. This effort is entirely so that people can have some fun playing this scavenger hunt style of gameplay. Obviously without the story, but with the scrap-only approach to things. So one of the things that, if you've ever played with the Abandoned Settlements mod, one of the things you'll notice is that it's incredibly generous with what you get in terms of what you can find in the resources that are in those bases. They're massive, they've got lots of stuff, which actually makes them not a very fun way to play a salvage-only series if you like that 7 Days to Die-esque feeling of, yes, I found this loot, I found this thing I've been looking for ages, yes! And getting that rush of relief that you finally got a thing you've been looking for a while. That sensation's really quite addictive, and I really enjoy that part of looting in 7 Days to Die. If you play with the Abandoned Settlement mod, you don't get that. You find stuff, you get everything you need, you're done. And it's like, twiddle my thumbs now. What do I do? So what I'm trying to do is what I thought should be done with that style of mod, because it suits my way of playing the game. I know a lot of people like the Abandoned Settlements mods because it is generous, because they like having lots of stuff available to them and they like just kind of building whatever they want. I like having a bit of a challenge to how I build things. So my goal here is to make something where I'm thinking through the gameplay impacts of every single block that I give you access to. And I'm trying to make it so that you get that sense of progression and that sense of exploration, and all of that builds together to create effectively some of the best stuff of the Escape from Mars scenario's generic gameplay, and makes it available to use in any scenario or any survival start. Because you can't get that in Space Engineers. It isn't a thing in Space Engineers, so I decided I wanted to make it a thing. Right, we got our basic huts, our basic sheds, which I'll probably try and embed mostly in the ground for most placements. So let's get rid of this bit. So ideally I'll try and get it so that it's... Oh, actually... No. Because of the hinge, I don't want to embed the hinge in the voxel. Because that could explode as soon as you walk up to it. Or as soon as you do anything with it. I need to make sure that that hinge is never in voxel. So I figure in this sense, I'm using the fact that I've played survival a lot. I know the componentry within Space Engineers pretty well, or very well, and so I should be able to come up with a way of doling out slowly the things that you need, and it'll really be mostly adjusting pacing after we've done the builds for the mod. If I were playing, I would add advanced welding, but it's not required to play this style of play. It helps, but it's not required. Yeah, exactly, Millennium Tree. The long struggle punctuated by an occasional rush of triumph. Yeah, Randall, it's unfortunate given the amount of effort that was clearly put into the Industrial Overhaul mod that it kind of... it doesn't work for me. As a way of playing Space Engineers, it doesn't work. But that's probably not a surprise to anyone who's heard me talk about games like Satisfactory and Factorio before. I don't enjoy them for very long. There we go, we've got our little hydrogen engine shack. Let's get rid of this because we don't need it now. So you come across these shacks and you won't know what's in them, which I kind of like the idea of. And you'll get inside and you'll be like, oh yes, I found the one with the... yes! I've got a hydrogen engine, I've got power now. I need to quickly shut this thing off so it stops using up its fuel. In fact, on that front, I should probably give this some extra fuel. Don't know if I need to add ice to this in creative mode for that to fill. I do not. Okay, tank's full. Tank should... okay, it's very slowly ticking down. That's kind of annoying. Oh, that's fine. You'll get a bit of hydrogen from this, but maybe not quite as much as you want. Or I could turn this off. Let's turn this off. And I can just try and remember to turn it on when I take the blueprint. No, I don't have to give you lots of computers early 2000s, because you don't have to use weld pads with the advanced welding mod. You can, and you can choose to use it because it has advantages, but its downside is it costs you materials. You can instead just use merge blocks all the time, like Capac and I have tended toward in Scavenger Hunt. Especially Capac. He's been really good with that. Let's put in this one, make it look a bit garden shed-ish. Oh, right. I actually can't. That's right. There is no internal space in these sheds for large grid stuff. That was a bit of a failure of planning, wasn't it? Make the outside look better, make the inside have more stuff. I think let's just go with... leaving the outside look better. I'm just thinking... can we do this? Oops. Without risking clang. Maybe. But probably not. I don't know that it's worth it, because I can't really do a good-looking shelf without taking up a lot of extra blocks. So I'd have to go, like, this. And I'm not managing to convince myself that this adds enough extra decoration to be worth it and worth the risk of this clanging out. So, for those of you who have been reporting the bots, I think YouTube might be getting better at it. Because one of the messages from that bot actually got flagged as potential spam for the first time ever. Oh, you mean why bother as the spammers? Yeah, you got to wonder that. So the reason I haven't used the outside walls is this. Then you got this weird little hump there, and I don't like it. No, let's not do this. Let's just keep this simple. Let's keep this simple. Hey, dragged on. Thank you so much for the 10 gift memberships. Where are the thresher balls? Thank you very much, mate. How's it going? Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave this simple. We'll have a different thing for you to find inside, and because the door... because it looks alright from the outside, I think it'll blend in better. So we'll have a variety of different things on the platform. So, this is where I might need some input from you guys, which is, what should I put on the little platform? We've got an engine one. So should we put a hydrogen generator one? So you can find a hydrogen generator? Yeah, I think so. Let's put one of them with a cargo container. Medium cargo container. So then you come inside, you find an O2H2 gen and a medium cargo container, and we'll give a few little batteries as the power source for this one. See how long batteries last as power sources on this. Fully depleted in 17 hours. That's long enough. A single little battery is going to make this last long enough. I can't put a bed in here because there's no space for larger grid blocks in this grid. And I don't want to move the walls outward to create space for it because I don't like the look of it. I don't like the look of that battery either. Yeah, this would give a large steel tube, but equally finding the O2H2 generator if you're going to find some ice in some of these. Like, we could put some small cargo containers on a couple of these with some various stuff in it. So my plan is not to make any of these buildings hostile. The reason being, you need to be able to accumulate stuff before you can risk losing stuff to get more stuff. The idea behind this new mod is to allow you to bootstrap yourself by collecting materials to a point where you can then engage with ACS bases. And once you can engage with ACS bases, they will provide you with a lot more stuff. And getting more stuff, obviously, will take more risk. But you'll only get beaten down as far as the stuff you can collect from these bases allows you to be beaten down to. So, what I want these to be is non-combat, you've just got to spot them, which is why they don't have beacons. They'll have lights, some of them will be tall, but you're going to have to find them. So it's going to be searching. And searchlights will be useful for that. And of course, Lucas enters the chat. No accumulate, only lose. Yes. Of course you do. A small warhead to reprocess for ammo isn't a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah. I really like that. Reprocessing explosives to create whichever ammo you want. Giving people explosives rather than giving them specific ammo types. I quite like that idea. Yeah. Similar to Abandoned Settlements, but with a very specific gameplay goal in the way these are built. So this would be... Abandoned Settlements, as I was mentioning earlier, is quite generous. This is very targeted. This is very focused on making you play with a salvage playstyle. Abandoned Settlements is more about giving the world more color and character, so they're bigger builds. The way it was phrased in the description makes it sound like the intent with Abandoned Settlements was to give you stuff to find, not give you a structured playthrough in a salvage-only run. You can't block in the method that I use for removing blocks from the G menu. You cannot remove the basic assembler. So if you can accumulate these parts, you can make one. I don't know. Wait. Just need to remind myself of something. What do we got ammo-wise? It doesn't have explosives, which means it can't break them down, but I could change the blueprints available, because what I want to do is I want to remove that. And probably a few of these other bits from the basic assembler's blueprint menu. But yeah, my plan was to restrict the basic assembler's blueprint list. I was going to work on that side of things in another stream, but I think if we make it so it can break down and build some of the things that are made with iron, but not steel tubes. I want those to be found, not made, because that makes building rovers interesting, because you have to find the large steel tubes to build your wheels. Yeah, Gruz, you can block the assembler via progression, but it means you then, if you found an assembler, can't repair it or interact with it. because you don't know the tech. I blocked all the blocks that way 1 week for Scavenger Hunt, and we discovered that we couldn't repair any of our stuff, so that was bad. So yeah, I could block the basic assembler out that way and block the rest of the blocks out a different way, but I kind of like the idea of giving people the ability to get an assembler and repurpose ammo. So I don't mind assemblers being a thing, or the basic actually, maybe we do block the basic assembler and allow normal assemblers to be found, and I mess with it. I have to think about that. Need to think on that one. So we've got a cargo container hydrogen O2H2 gen combo with a little mini battery. I think one of these should have a big battery in it, like a small grid big battery. So let's do that. Let's not use the one that's already got stuff on it. Let's use the template one that was here deliberately for this purpose. So you might need to have a little battery to add. In fact, let's give... Oops. Let's give a warfare battery. Warfare battery and what? What could I put on this to make it interesting? Could put a gyro on top of it. No projectors. Absolutely not. Projectors allow you to cheese so much of this. Projectors will be 100% completely blocked forever if you want to play this way. It's too easy with projectors to make yourself a blueprint in a different save that has each block as just the blueprint, and then you set that up as the blueprint and you just weld it up. Done. Ben, no, I don't. I would also strongly recommend against playing this with scrap. This is intended to work with normal grinding mechanics. How about a flour mill shed with 2 wheels in it? Yeah, projectors and scrap mode play do not work well together. And yeah, scrap does not work with the approach I've got in mind either. Yeah, this is a copy. I'm in creative mode, so the copy paste thing is why I can adjust how far away builds are placed from me. See ya, Black Shadow. So let's put some... I might try and make a little shelving thing that looks like I've got a bunch of different stuff like vents. If we go... And then put these across. And then we can put a little battery. Let's find where I left batteries on this. A little battery on there. Put a little gyro. So you come across this one, you're like, ooh, what's on the shelves? Yeah, actually, I really like this idea. For this one, I might want to actually expand this out. Let's grab the half thing there. No. Go the right way. Let me place you. Are you being like this? Oh, there we go. And so the idea what I'm doing here is I'm going to expand it so I can put a shelf on this wall as well. And then I could use this as another generic one where we just swap out what blocks are on the shelves. Which I think would be cool. Let's swap those now. Get under here and switch out to the regular one so we don't have too much of that repeating pattern. I can't do much about the repeating pattern because I need to use... I want to use the rusty. But, yeah, it is what it is. I don't think that level of aesthetic element is going to be the biggest worry when you're playing this style of gameplay. I think if the gameplay's fun, you'll not worry about those things all that much. There we go. Then build up our little shelves. Oops. There you go, so you walk into this one and you go, oh, shelf, oh, gyro, oh, vent, battery. Can assemblers be modded to only produce specific types of items? Yes, they can. I did a similar mod to that in Survival Impossible to get to restrict what the refineries can do. It's the same process for refineries in assembler. So, what else can I put on these shelves? I suppose I could put a little remote control block down on one of them. Yeah, you could use grid windows as a thing. Oh, small cargo. Yeah, good idea. Oh yeah, sure. Timer block. I'll do one of them too. Not exactly giving away the world's richest pile of equipment here, so can certainly add a few more bits and pieces. Oh, I know what we should give here. An ore detector. Not to be an ore detector, but to give you detector components. Where is it? There it is. There you go, that's one. Let's copy this copy this one, and we can have a few different versions of this pretty quickly. Cameras you'll be able to build yourself. I'm not going to remove them because cameras would be near impossible to manipulate and to sort of move around yourself. So yeah, they're 100% you will be able to build your own cameras. Yeah, detector components are needed for the custom turret controller. Exactly. That's why I want to make sure I give players some of them. O2 tanks are a bit big. They're 3 by 3 by 2. No, they're 3 by 3 by 3 oxygen tanks. So they're a bit big. All right, let's have one of these with a plushie. Fine. Get the grey plushie I always wanted but couldn't buy. Script scavenging would be a cool idea, but no, that's not a thing. There you go, have some wheels in one of these so that you can get a few large steel tubes for more wheels. Let's get rid of the batteries up the top of that. Change them around a bit. This is why I thought this mod should be able to come together relatively quickly. Because you'll be able to, like, I'm able to just come up with these sheds and we could test this mod with some fairly basic designs and just how much of the componentry is required. Because the shed doesn't need to be unique and special. What's inside is, because you'll probably just rip the whole thing down anyway. And then some of the bigger stuff can be a bit more interesting, but the sheds can be really boring. I don't think that's going to be a problem. You could leave a script in a programmable block, but it will probably have all sorts of errors and issues with ownership transfers and whatnot. I mean, I could do a gag one like this. Oops. It's kind of like finding the stash of all the Capac plushies that never sold. That's kind of horrifying and disturbing. Yeah, thrusters I think should be stolen rather than found. Although, you should be able to get, potentially if you're lucky and you go after your unknown signals, you should be able to collect the... the atmospheric thrusters slowly. Alright, I'll make one of them grey. There we go. Yep, it is now the plushy shack. The suggestion to build a barbecue I'm kind of intrigued by. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it. Because I kind of don't think you'd do a barbecue inside a shed. Admittedly, you also wouldn't put an engine with an exhaust inside a shed, and we've done that, but I'm not sure about the barbecue. Just thinking through what could be done with that. Also trying to think through other things that should be provided to people. Maybe we need another wheel shed. Some of that, so you find this one's a rare but good find. You'll get a whole bunch of wheels from it. Which gives you a bunch of steel tubes. Where's the gyro? Doop, 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 doop. What else could we give to people? Alright, what blocks... So, the blocks that have been really challenging for Catback and I and Scavenger Hunt have been the cargo blocks. So I'm going to need to figure out a way to get more medium cargoes in. I just kind of really like that shelf idea, so I kind of ran with it and created a whole bunch of different options. So we'll have a lot of different sheds. It means that your chance of finding the same shed with the same stuff in it is going to be considerably lower, which is perfect. It's what we want. So I haven't done any warhead one yet. I suppose I could put a warhead in this last one. Something I should also probably do with this mod is make it neutral. Make it filthy neutral. Something with small tubes. What has small tubes? Neons have small tubes? What's small grid that has small tubes in it? What has small tubes? Conveyor, no. The big conveyor junctions do, the little ones don't. Oh, I know what I can do. I think I know what I can do. So I think what I'll do is I'll make sure I'll put some stuff down that has railings and stuff like that, because railings have small steel tubes in them. I need to take a quick bio break, and I probably should let Charlie go out for a second, but I'll be back in just a minute. I had to give you the view of the creepy shed before I went away. It had to be done. A survival kit. Yeah, I probably should make a shed that has a survival kit in it. Because obviously not a complete one, but as you're saying, but I think I do need to give players the ability to get a survival kit. In case something happens to theirs, in case they get damaged, you kind of... Most people... A lot of people are going to be like me and are going to be fairly risk averse, and until they get a bit more... Until they get a backup survival kit, are probably not going to take big risks. And so this gives them that ability, and it doesn't really do much to help people who are less risk averse. So I think it's, yeah, I think it's right to add one. That. Okay. I think that's going to give me... Flip this... Wait, is that right? No. Oh! I can't seem to get these bits on the bottom of the survival kit to line up properly to anything I want to support them on. That'll do. Actually looks alright. I just need to pop that out. There we go. Oh yeah, the windows, the barred windows do have small steel tubes. No, they have girders. Barred windows have girders. You might need the occasional girder for repairing your wind turbines, so... There we go. Have some girders. Yeah, should probably do as well, and what I plan to do is make up another loot profile thing like I've got for ACS, so that things like... What's the cargo container one? Things like this, the cargo container will have some sort of thing in it, some of the materials that you might need. And yes, I need to put a battery in this. Also, thanks to Charlie, the door's open, and those birds are really loud. There you go, that's a find. Yeah, I'm gonna try and make most of these grids powered. All of these are currently, and will remain powered for like 17 game hours, which is enough. If they get deleted after that, I think that's fine. If you've been playing for 17 hours straight and haven't found them, I think we can understand why they're gone. See you, Manta. Alright, I'm happy with the variety in those sheds. Let's make a new shed. something that's a bit different. It's not hugely different, just enough. And I think I know how I'm going to do it. Instead of having the entry on this side, I'm going to put it on the other side. There we go. That, and then we pop out this one. Because this will already give us a decent variation. Because now you'll walk straight in and see the thing. I think what I might try with this shed is the thing I didn't want to do for the other one. Which will involve using some of these. And then going back to the full one. Yeah. There we go. So that we can get the full wall. Get that block available to us for this one. I just dislike this edge. This edge bothers me. Bothers me so. Why not give it stairs? I think, to me, stairs are a bit odd for a shed. That's all. It just felt like you might want to be able to wheel a handcart up it. No, I don't want the sheds to have lights in them. You need to spot them. And there are ways you can spot these things using searchlights. So I don't think I need to provide players with that much help to find them. Just drive around with searchlights on and finding neutral grids, and they'll find these for you because they'll just point to them whenever you're within range. Yeah, there's not anything I can use to create a gutter that's not enormous. Like even a corner light. Yeah, no. Nope. Right. Yeah, I don't want these to be hostile. I do understand where people's urge to do that comes from. I do understand why everyone kind of thinks that might be fun, but I actually just think it'll be very much not fun. I think if I were to add turrets to these, it would make it just... It'd just mean that people are going to die a lot. And it also makes it very hard to capture stuff if that stuff is shooting at you. Yeah. Yes, Bing Pot. Not so much. But, you know, mostly intact small cargo container is not bad. So, you know, can't complain about it all. Yeah. Okay, alright. There's 227 people in chat. Let's see how many votes there are for should there be rare hostile turrets. Now, when I'm talking rare, I mean less than 1 in 10 of the spawns would have a turret. Because obviously it's... Yeah, in my head I was always making these non-hostile. So that's going to take some getting used to that idea if we do go that way. Well, they'll probably have infinite ammo because they're NPCs. So there's that. So what I'm thinking is... this is a very high reward thing to get hold of. So this might have a turret in this back corner with a range set to like 15 meters. So it will only shoot you once you get inside and start trying to figure things out. So these sheds, the idea of them is just to allow the player to get some small grid blocks that I don't want to have to put into builds like this one, where we're talking about giving them larger grid stuff and materials. These ones are more... this is more like your iron deposit. It's got lots of materials and it's got a power source. So that's what these ones are for. These were your power source. These ones are for things to expand your rovers. So it's going to be things like cargo containers and the like, which you do need to expand your rover. Oops. Somebody who said for a turret that's not hostile. Yeah, that's a consideration. Oh wait, that's why this isn't working. Oh, like this one with the large cargo container and it could have a little turret over in the corner here. I like a looking hostile but isn't shed. So the votes were 2/3 to 1/3 for having something hostile. Alright, let's... that's kind of mostly saying we want something hostile. So this shed, it's got a turret in it. Okay. And I made it really hard to access. It's going to have MR50. Where are you? 3 magazines in it. It's going to be set to an aiming radius of 20 meters. It's going to have idle movement off. It's not going to target small ships. It's just going to target characters. So, you can quite easily, if you approach it and see it right, you'll be able to kill it before it can kill you. It can kill you, which means it's actually a source of ammunition. So as long as you don't rush up and go in without looking, you'll be fine. A mostly deconstructed drone on a rotor, i.e. abandoned or being repaired. That's a great idea, Gruz. That's a cool idea. I like it. I just need to give this thing some power. Nothing can go on the roof, unfortunately. There's no room. Alright, so we've got one variant with the turret. And we got another variant with no turret. Oh, actually, the turret would be better over in that corner, wouldn't it? So I'm going to... Since I've been convinced to put the occasional turret in these, I'm going to be very generous in how you can approach them. So a turret that's only got a targeting radius of 20 meters, you walk, you come up, you check your angles, you see it, you go, oh, okay, let's move back. Can we get an angle on it? Yes, we can. Let's pick it off from here. And then you go in. Or you'd grind off the base for the turret and just go in. Once you know where it is. But I want it to be... I don't want these to be difficult. I want these to be easy to take on foot. These are supposed to be easy. So yeah, there you go. For the people who voted no against the turret, that's my advice for how you approach them. I think it's valid to make it so that people will have to be a bit cautious approaching the sheds, because it makes the sheds a bit more exciting. But really, I want the most of the excitement to be, what am I going to find inside? What am I going to find inside? I finally spotted a shed. What am I going to find inside? Oh, that's a bit far. There we go. So, we've got like 3 different shed designs, 2 different hut designs, a couple of different wind turbine designs. Now I want to do Groz's idea of the shed with the broken down drone in it. Do we get rid of that? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And this one should have a couple of shelves at one end. Because this can be our way to give the player some thrusters. Right, so make a little platform for it. What? I've clearly gone past the block I was looking for. It's just the full one. Come on, give me that. Come on. Why won't you let me place the blocks where I want to? Stop being like this. There we go. So we've got a table. Now we can build a bit of a drone carcass on here. Yeah, I'll need to think up some little fuel depot things as well. Something with like a partially filled hydrogen tank and the like in them. So for this one, let's go with a pair of hydrogen tanks. How am I going to make this look like a drone? Have I got any of my drones? There's a blueprint. I think I cleaned them all out a little while ago. I kind of wanted to just kind of grab a piece of one of my drones and put it up on there. Yeah, I don't think I've got them. Dang it. Yeah, let's load up the other safe. Hang on. I think this is main. Let's find the thing. Because I want to use one of my little drones and I'll just kind of cut it in half and stick it on there. So I'll change the skin to rusty, but leave it with the correct colors. ACS. Drones. Yeah. The drone, it should be separated into two parts in the shed, the body on the table and some parts for the drone lying on the ground near the table. Can't really do too much stuff lying on the ground, but maybe I'll be able to get a piece or two under the table. There's not an easy way to do that without ripping out more of the floor and converting it to small grid, which I'm preferring not to do too often. I think drone-wise, we need to go for the atmospheric ones, not the ion ones. So let's grab, I reckon this one. This is the way to go. In fact, let's just blueprint a few of these. So I've got options. And then we load the other game. Yeah, this... I knew there'd be so many build ideas that I wanted to do with this, and there were so many things that I could do with this. I've somewhat contemplated making this part of ACS, but I think it would make ACS too passive, having this many alternate grids that you'd end up with half as many or less than half as many of the actual assertive bases, and I think having them as two separate mods is better. But yeah, it is something I've previously contemplated doing. A shed with a toilet too, perhaps. Go to tools. This. Right. Shift P. Grab that. Heavy rust. Shift R. Oh right. Need to do it here, not in the thing. Shift P. Grab that. Okay, that gives us a start. Let's just go and cut through this. See if we can snap off a piece that looks... Yeah, that could work. Needs to be a bit smaller though. This is a bit big. Huh. Let's grab this bit. See if I can place it on the table. Maybe. Oh, come on. Place where I want you. Yeah. That, and then... see if I can get this to place in a way that looks right with the two pieces separately. Oh, I think it might be too big. I think it's too tall. It is too tall. Alright, if I cut these bits off, and then I replace them after I put it in, it should be fine. So, Ryder, the plan with the Assertive Acquisitions series is for us to gradually add and vary the NPC mods that we've got in the series. So we'll be adding in some of TFE's own mods and bits and pieces like that over time. I might ditch that part just because it's dangling off the table a bit too much. And then let's put the blue bit back on here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that sells it enough. There's a thruster in here you can find. It's a bit damaged. Doesn't give you too much. Does give you an idea of something being broken down on a table. So yeah, the ACS bunkers will probably be one of the ones that we add in at some stage. We want to to get a bit of progress through the regular ACS before we start messing with stuff. But the first mod we're actually going to add will be crew enabled. Because it's means we can still just use ACS builds, but have crew on them. Something I've wanted to do for ages. Let's just grind that down a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I want these to not look quite as new as they would be if they were smoking. Like damaged. Huh. Interesting idea. Place a rotor turret. Place a rotor turret such that it and make it have limited angles of attack, so that it's not as difficult to fight. Yeah, that could be a little ammo dump. Speaking of ammo dump, though. Gatling ammo. There we go. Can't do drones lodged in the ground because they're small grid, so doing so at best causes clang, at worst causes serious sim speed drops. Or you use the mod that has it and it causes weird things to turn into static grids when you reload the save. So the reason not to provide the whole drone is that what you're finding when you get here is not something that's rich in components. What you're finding is a thruster block to build your next, to build a flying ship with, a gyroscope to add to that ship. That's the value in this shed. The value is not the components, so just shooting down a whole drone so that it's got no components doesn't really do anything. It just means that you then find the components and you've got an instant build. The fun with the salvage type playthrough is you're cobbling together blocks from various collected points and putting them into your final build, like we're doing in Scavenger Hunt, using a crane, manipulating blocks, manipulating chunks of builds, and adding them over time to what you're doing. Yeah, Nico, there is a plushie shed. It's a shed full of Capac plushies. Oh, yeah, an empty shed. Yes, I should do an empty shed. That is a good point. The disappointment shed. Sure. Disappointment shed coming up. I've done something really annoying, and I wonder if I can fix it with SE Toolbox. None of these grids are named, and I've copied and pasted them a bunch of times, so I'd have to go through and rename each individual one. Oof. Also, these now we need a power source, so I might have just done that wrong. I've done that wrong. They're going to need to have a power source, so I'm going to need to give the empty sheds something so they're not completely empty. They'll have a small battery, that's it. Actually, let's not use this shed. Let's use the one with the shelves. Yeah. Shelf shed should be empty shed. Because then I can move everything off the shelf except for a single battery. There we go. There's the empty shed. Unfortunately, Irish Vampire, you can't put the small battery under the structure because then it would be inside the voxels and then it'd be small grid inside the voxels and that's bad. I think progress is coming along very nicely on this mod. I'm going to wrap up here. I will be back on Saturday on my main channel with some more Scavenger Hunt. I think I'll probably spend tomorrow morning doing some more editing and maybe some behind the scenes stuff for a few bits and pieces. And we'll be recording more assertive acquisitions with TFE soon. But yeah, Scavenger Hunt Saturday on my main channel. We're back to regular Saturday, Wednesday videos every week. As soon as I get another episode of Survival Impossible sorted out, it'll just get slotted in and then the videos will basically roll over. You'll always have a video Wednesday and Saturday, but it won't be the same series. Like, at the moment, it's Assertive Acquisitions on Wednesday, Scavenger Hunt Saturday. In the future, it will be a video Wednesday, a video Saturday. You won't know which series, and it'll just roll like that. Because I think that's the best way for me to fit in extra little videos of tutorials and stuff like that. Because I'm still working on my tutorial series based on decorative building. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody.